Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope everyone has been having a fantastic and wonderful day, and that everything has been awesome and fantastic and wonderful, because it should be. We're going to do some more game dev today. It's Tuesday. That's what we're doing on Tuesdays. Hopefully I can get these conveyor belts working and doing the thing they should be doing, but we will see. I am awful at getting over the hill of this. It's been bad. It's been so bad. It really has been bad. So yeah. Let's go over here. Right. Okay. But what do we have? What have we got working? And what haven't we got working? And what's on there? So we'll see how it goes. P5 what P? I don't know how to pronounce that. But hello, good evening. Welcome in. What are you going to learn? That I'm very bad at programming, but that's okay because we're going to have fun doing it anyway. But I hope you have this. Silo. It's okay. Yes. Sorry, it's an S. I hope you're having a good day anyway. I hope everything has been awesome and wonderful. We're going to push this button here. Oh, no, that one. That one there. So yeah. So what do we got working? Well, nothing's really changed. So we've got our. Whoa, that's super quick. Need to slow it down a bit, but we've got our camera working. We can zoom in and out, which is fantastic. We can build ourselves a chip thing which rotates. That's all working. We can build a chip which only snaps into head thing. This is all just sort of testing, getting things working. And we can make conveyor belts, but they don't actually do anything right now. They just kind of exist. So yeah, we need to work on that. So the belts, let's have a look. So a belt piece. I've got loads of stuff open. I don't remember why I've got it open and why I haven't got it open and what I was doing with it. So I've got, I think I was in the middle of building something when I stopped last time because I just became tired. Buildable objects, don't need that anymore. We don't need the scriptable object anymore. The packet type is fine, we've done that. The output buffer and input buffer are fine. Okay, we don't need that anymore. These are the packet types. That's fine. We can do that there. And the process amount. That looks good. So I'm going to close that off. I realise I've called this component data, and I'm just working on processors, not actually working on stuff that might be graphics cards and things. So we'll have to maybe change the cache size to be like a memory size or something, but we'll do that in a minute. So the belt maker is absolutely fine. It's got an input and output buffer. That's fine. The placement system adds the tags that we need to add it to. So we need to take it there. This is where we got to. Okay. Okie dokie. So belt in front, final destination. I don't necessarily need that now because there's a slightly different way of doing this here. So the way I was going to do it was we were going to have one building here, and then you have belts in between. And the idea is, I can only put them in one at a time, is that this would know what belt is in front of it, so it knows where to hand stuff over to. But we don't want to do that. We actually want to do a pull system where the belt in front pulls if it's got space. Because we don't want to have it pushing, because if you have two items trying to push into another one, we might get a scenario where both of them end up on the same frame coming in. So I want to do a pull instead. So the problem to that is that I don't know. I mean, if we're going to pull in, I still haven't decided whether I want to have belts that can have multiple, like whether I want to do multiple inputs, as in we have belt like this, and it can also have belts like this, so that can have multiple inputs. I don't know if I want to do something like that. I probably don't, because the scenario we're doing here, I really don't want to do that, but it's an option that I don't also like. We could do it. We could do that and allow you to have multiple items on the belt. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but then maybe because we're building something a bit different. It's supposed to be the inside of the computer. So the belts are basically the bus inside the computer. So they're the connections between the processor and the memory and the graphics card and all them bits pieces. And they do not connect. They go from one point to another point, and that's it. They only have a single connection between them. So your memory connects to your processor, and then the processor goes out to the graphics card. There are north bridges and south bridges which control other things, but generally a connection goes from one point to another and they don't merge. So I don't think I want to allow that. So So how would we not do that? So instead of having the belt in front and then the final destination, which would be looking for a component, I want to know what the belt behind is, but I can't do the belt behind because what if we have a corner piece? So this is fine for back here, but if we have a corner piece, so we have the belt that comes down and then does this, this one won't know about the belt behind it because it can't look behind it. It's got to rely on this belt telling it, I am a connection piece. I am an input piece. So I will allow multiple plugs, so the user could do that if they wanted to. So instead of knowing what the belt in front is, it should have input connections. Yes, it should have input connections. Okay, so let's go to belts again. No, sorry, let's go to... That's the packet input and output buffer. That's fine. So belts, we want to have another script. This wants to be the... input connections. And this is going to be an I buffer. This is going to be under the belt system because it's going to be for belts. Or is it going to be for belts? Because components may have this as well. This should probably be with... every building that can accept an input wants this. I'll leave it under belts for a minute. That'll be fine. And then what we do is we just go public entity see, okay. And then in our placement system, we are going to have to add a buffer to this as well. So here, if it's a component, it wants to have the input and output buffer. Oh, actually, it wants to also have that if it's a belt, doesn't it? the component's got the packet input and output buffer, but I also want to have the, hold on, no, because we have a belt builder. Yeah, I remember this now. We have a belt maker, which adds its own version. So here we do a bit. Add buffer. Remember, I'm doing multiple things. Input connection buffer. Okay, so we add the input connection buffer. I do probably want that on the components as well. Maybe I can just do this, add the buffers to the component directly. That might be an idea. But the problem with that is then I need to remember to add the scripts to each and every one of them. So, no, we'll just do it here. A buffer. Belts dot input connection buffer. Let's see. Okay, right. So you will get all of those. Cool. Now we can use this every time we place a belt down in the world. It will get well, any item we place in there will get the setup tag connection and the reset connection tag added to it. What were they doing here? I'm doing networking. No, I'm not doing networking. This is Unity's entity component system. It's all ETS and dots. So packets. I know you might be confused by the term packets. The game concept is imagine Factorio, but you're inside a computer. So your assemblers are like the processor and the graphics card and the sound card. And the idea is that you will get contracts that you take, which gives you, yeah, I couldn't think of a better word for it, but I should just call it data, but then data is a normally used term. So, yeah, you'll get contracts and they'll have to go into the memory of the machine. So you'll have to belt it into the memory, and then the memory has to go to the processor to process the stuff, and then once it's processed, it becomes process data. So maybe I should rename packets to data. I couldn't think of a better term. Yeah, I couldn't think of a better term for packet, but I think it probably should be called just data. But then I think data's used as a general term in just in Unity as a thing, but I'm not. It should really be just data, because it's not the way my brain was working. Is it's packets of data that go from like your memory to your processor, gets processed and then sent back to wherever it's got to go to and does whatever it does. You know, it gets sent from the memory to the processor, gets processed, sent off to the graphics card to do what it's doing there. I don't know if that's called a packet or not. I just went with packet because it's a networking term for delivering data from one place to another. But it is probably the wrong terminology for it. So, like for instance, we got belts, and they're not belts; they are data bus. So, yeah. But no, it's not networking. It's just I should rename that. I should rename it. Probably I should rename it to data or something. Shouldn't I? That would make so much more sense. Yeah. Let's rename this to data. Let's call this. Let's call all three of these data. So we're going to have data, packet. Yeah. So rename this to data types. Come on, we do. We highlight. So this is going to be a data, which is weird, but I think that's how we're going to have to roll with it, because it's the data, but it's the data of the data. So we'll go with that. Yeah, data. We'll go with data. So we have a data type, which is the data, and then I've called the end part data. So basically, that is this, like it's iComponent data. So instead of being a packet data, this is now a data. So this is a data that stores the data. So it's data. You're corrupting my data. No, how could you? We're gonna have a few weird things on here. So what's this doing now? Don't worry about that. And we just want to use data input buffer dot data output buffer, like that. Okay, that makes you good. What's next? The namespace of packets doesn't exist. Yep. Okay. Under that. Data type capabilities. That's good. I should have used the overall rename for this, not just rename one thing. I should have actually just used the F2 packets does not exist in the belt game. Oh yeah, don't worry about that either. This is quicker if we do it this way. Data types. And one more, two more. Data. One. Okay, we're good. We're good. There you go. So that's data types, which makes more sense. So the data types are basically we have compute data, graphics data, sound data. That makes more sense. Yeah, packets. You are right. That, and I was thinking that when I first did it, but I couldn't think of the terminology for what. When your memory in the computer sends information to the processor, my brain, when it sends it in a packet, it sends it in a packet to the processor in exactly the same way that networking sends stuff in packets. But I don't know if that's true or not. I don't actually know what the terminology for data moving around in there. I think it might just be called a data stream inside the machine. That would be a data stream. So yeah, but yeah, okay. So now I need to rename these from packet data to data. It's packets. Yeah, it is packets. It's okay, cool. We'll go with data. Data is a bit better for that anyway. It makes a bit more sense. What data are we sending from the memory to the processor? And we have you can't see it's behind my head here, but so right now we've only got 3 different types of data. We've got the compute data, which is the processor, graphics for the graphics, and sound for the sound. But obviously there will be different types of compute data because you'll have different instruction sets that will be done. There'll be different graphics stuff that will be done because we're going to have obviously 3D and 2D and other types of data types. So it makes more sense here. Instead of packet type, it's a data type. That does make more sense. It'll be easier to use. And I do know I'm using belts for the internals here, but I'm taking that from more of the game standpoint. Is that it's the belts are what connects the components together. They are technically a data bus, so data would be the better version of that, but they might be named in the game when you place them down as a data bus. But for the game's internal, they're called belts because it just makes more sense in my head. Yeah. Okay. So, right. So when the placement system does things, it puts down this here. If it's got a component, it's got an input connection buffer, and that's how many input connections it has. And what will happen is that we'll have a system that will basically scan the input buffers, and if there is a data packet on there. if there is a box of data, if there is a box of data ready to be consumed, and it has space in its input buffer, it will take it off the belt and put it into its input buffer. And then it can process that stuff, and once it's finished processing it, it moves it from the input buffer to the output buffer, and then the output buffer will be taken from belts. Belts will take it back out again. So yeah, that's the idea. So it goes. So this is the data. This will be the thing. Okay, right. That's fine. So now get rid of that. Get rid of that because we've renamed them. That's fine. Input entity, we can make this a buffer so we can have multiple versions of it. So that's fine. Works. The setup connection tag is literally just a tag. It's enableable, so we can enable or disable it. And the reset connections tag will be one that I did rename the file. The data input buffer and data output buffer. They're no longer called packets. They are renamed. So I've done that before, where I've renamed something in the actual script and haven't renamed the file, and be like, why can't I find what I'm looking for? And so I've known that one. I've done that. Yeah. There was 3 up here that had packets in the name, but they weren't open. They were these 3 that had packets. They weren't open. They were empty. They because I renamed them, they didn't exist anymore. What I'm trying to say there. So yeah, we've got no more packet. This was the packet folder, and these were 3 packets. So we got no more packets. So we're all just data now. So okay. So connections. Reset that. So yeah. Hopefully it's all good. Yeah. Right. So I need to very quickly just my tracking was not. That's better. Now it's not. Now I'm not doing that. That's weird. Okay. So now I want a system which is going to basically go around and check for the setup tag and the reset tag. What I want to do is when I place this reset tag, I actually want to have it disabled. Set enabled component entity, comma oh, sorry. What's wrong with that? You don't put the thing, you don't put parentheses down. Okay. Some simulation thingy. How do you mean? What is the what's the end goal with the game here, you mean, or? That's fine. Okay. What I need to do is I need to reset tag is disabled. Awesome. Okay. I don't know if that's going to get fired for 1 frame. I don't think so. So, that's 1 overload. What's the other overload on there? Nope, that's fine. Okay. Right. Oh. Okay, so now let's go to the connections. What I want to do with the connections is wait. Up here, state.required. Never remember the terminology. Required for update. Set up connections. Oh, print these outside. Okay. Okay, so you'll only run if there is something with the setup connections on here. And then I literally just want to run a job. But I need to... What do I want to have in the job? I want to run a raycast forward from wherever you are to an entity directly in front of you. Only for a belt. I've just realised. I don't want to do this if you're a belt. I don't want to do this if you're a component. You don't fire stuff in front of you. So we'll have to run a job on the belt. Come back here. That. Oh. Let's compile private belt setup belt job NC. And this is going to want to have a it needs a fix formatting. Nope. Is it partial? Did I mess that up? It's partial. I'm forgetting how you do these. Public void execute is inside there. Ah, right, okay. Right. It's only been about a week since I've last done this and my brain is failing already. Okay, so we get the entity in. We want to get a... Do I want to get reference to the belt data? I will need the belt data. Yep. Reference... belt data. I would also need the buffer. Oh, wow, fat fingers. I would also need a reference to the buff. What did I reference to the buffer? Hold on. I remember I had issues with this before doing something previously. I don't need that. What I need is the input connection buffer. Right, okay. So this will only fire if it is a belt data with the input connection buffer, which is what No, I don't want that. No, because this is us. Nope, I don't want that. I want the transform. Okay, I want the local transform so we can fire a raycast. Now I need to know how to fire a raycast from a job. We have that somewhere else. Placement system. Oh. Actually, I don't think the placement system is doing the no, we're doing the check AAB up here, aren't we? Here. Rotation, green gas, red gas, material mesh entity, linked entity group. Right, so I need to do a raycast in a job because I need the belt and I need this to fire a raycast from its local transform forward by 0.1 to see what's in front of it, and then it needs to if it gets an entity in front of it that's not itself, right, so 0.1 F if entity hit is not us, if belt or a component, if so, add to the input. Okay, right. So, how do I fire a raycast in a job? Am I doing that? I don't think I am. I don't think this fires in a job, does it? Cast raycast hit. Public cast raycast hit. No, this is not a job. This is just the standard thing here. I don't know if you can do a raycast in a job. ECS. Raycast to a job entity. Whoa, what? Doo-doo-doo. Okay. Oh, you can have multiple voids inside. Okay. You can have multiple voids inside here. So execute is like the start function. You have another void inside here separately. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Particles from n equals 2. Right, okay. So I should just be able to the problem is a lot of the stuff that I'm looking up here is two or 3 years old, so the terminology has changed in it. So, Storm Chaser, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. Okay, so we need to send in here a read-only vision world. Vision world. Actually, that's not going to be a low one. That's going to be a capital, I think. Vision world. We need to send in, I think I need to send in an entity command buffer as well. It's going to have a parallel writer. The command buffer. How was I doing that in these other ones as well? Hold on. I'll make sure I stay kind of consistent with the way I'm doing things for naming. Move ghost drop. No, I used underscores. I did use underscores. Even though they're public functions, I used underscores, and I don't know why I did that. But I'm going to keep with that. So, underscore ECB, and then this one. Yeah. I think that tells me that I'm sending it into here, but they are public, so I don't think I should do that. Oh, this wants to be public as well. Digital model. So we want to fire a raycast out. So raycast input start equals underscore local transform dot position. End equals underscore local transform dot forward .1 and filter equals filter dot default. Just hit everything. Okay. Put on. If collision world cast ray raycast it's okay, so we cast the ray out and we hit everything there. So that's fine. That's fine. So if our raycast hits something, we want to go if right, hold on. Can I do a for each loop in here? Public instance, the definition gets enumerator. Okay, so it's dot it's not what I want. That's not what I want. raycast ray. That's the closest here. I don't want that. Oh, I need to send in a native. Ah, that's what I need to do. I need to send in a native array of ray hits. And then this just needs to be underscore hits. Oh, sorry. Out. Hits. Unity physics native. What? Convert from Unity out collections native array to physics array cast hit. Wait a minute. Image parameter generic method collisions world practice. There is no box closure between collection native array request hit to Unity physics I collector array request hit. So this doesn't want to be a Unity collective native array. This wants to be an physics dot no, the raycast hit needs to be a Unity physics dot raycast hit. Nope, that says no either. Let's get rid of the physics and get rid of that. Using Unity engine raycast hits. No, right, okay, what am I doing wrong here? I need Unity physics dot raycast hit. That's correct. I did this up here as well. The move goes, not the move goes, the input. Where's the input? Mass input system. Using raw Unity reference equals new native Unity physics dot raycast hit. So hang on. Go away. Right, so hang on. Reference native list Unity physics raycast hit. Okay, that's the one I want. Okay. And then you say there's no conversion between it. But I'm not converting. I'm not converting. Hits is a Unity physics raycast hit. Or is this native array? Wait. No, ref. Physics eye collector. Right. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? This wants to be a native list. A native array. You cannot use a native array raycast hits to physics Unity physics eye collector. Must be non-nullable type. Okay, that's not. Let me have a look at something else here. Let me see what's going on here. So raycast out. Actually, they're only. I might not be able to do this in jobs. I might have to do this in a for each instead. Yeah, we might have to just do this in a for each instead. I don't think it's going to work in a job. Because that I don't get. A collision world.cast ray. I feel like I'm doing this already. Yeah, I've got raycast hit references, native reference. Nah. Unity physics eye collector. That's so weird. It wants an eye collector, which can't be done in. Oh. Not native array. Not native array. It is a native list it wants. Idiot. Idiot. It wants a native list, not a native array. What an idiot. I don't even know. I don't even know. Ah, seriously, seriously, what was I thinking there? What was I thinking there? Get rid of that. We don't need any attention. It's just copy. My brain just native array. It must be native array. That's what this is here. It's not even native array. This is native reference, which is a different thing entirely. So I don't know why that's working inside a job here. Mind you, this is an iJob, not an iJob entity. So yeah, okay. Right. So now we've got a list of our hits. Awesome. So can I do a for each on these now? I can. Hoorah, hoorah. Okay. So it will if hit.entity does not equals us. Okay. Then we want to do stuff to it. Right. If it's not us, then we want to get a reference to its belt data. No, don't. We get a reference to its in its combustion. Right. Okay. So we could. Oh, got hiccups. Sorry. So I want to do this sort of thing. Get buffer lookup. That. Right. We can get rid of the mouse on there. So come up to the top here. Whoop. My script is going along. Who's over there? Makes life easier for me. So I want to do buffer lookup, input connection buffer. So alts dot input connection buffer, input buffers. Well, buffers. Here, linked entity group. No, so no, this is going to be input buffers. It's going to be belts.input connection buffer. Oh, there we go. Okay, and then on update, we need to go input buffers dot update. So we make sure we change that every frame, and then we want to send that into here, and that's going to be a read only. Buffer lookup belts.input connection buffers, which is going to be another put an underscore there, so I know it's inside here. I know this is bad naming convention. I know it's public. There should be capital letters. I know that, but I use underscores inside functions, so I know I'm not going to mix up this with this. Although they are short named, but I'm not going to mix up collision world with collision world, because I've done that many times. Mixed up this collision world with a reference to collision world, and it does weird things. So if underscore buffers dot contains, nope, where was it? Linked entity group. How do you look them up? You look them up directly via reference entity reference. Yes, you do. Directly via entity. So we will go underscore buffer underscore input buffer. Seriously, my fingers must be fat today. I'm clicking. I say today, but they're fat most days. But input buffer. Hit.entity. Oh, does the linked entity group sort via entity? Yeah, the linked entity group looks for entity. My input buffer is looking for no, that's just a list of them. Hold on. Right, that's not right. Probably. That's not right. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's what I'm doing wrong here. It.entity. That's better. A buffer lookup can search for our entity. I thought it could. Dot add us. Nope. Embo, hello, good evening. Hope you are having a good day. Oh, I need to get the of an entity's dynamic buffer to you're expecting the input connection buffer. That's not what I want. Oh no, I have to create a new one, don't I? Oh, duh. I don't need to know. Add new input connection buffer entity equals us, not the input. Okay. So we add us to it. Although that is potentially going to add multiple of the same one to it. So I would need to have a failsafe to make sure that we don't add ourselves to it a second time. Right, for each buffer in if input buffer dot entity input entity is equals to underscore entity return? No. Yeah, return. Return. I want to return. I want to break out of this, don't I? Hold on. I want to... Oh, I did this before and I've forgotten it again now. I don't know what the difference between return, continue, continue on through the loop. Returns ends the loop, but that only ends that one. I don't want to do that one. I want to break out this completely. So break. If we exist in here, then we just don't want to carry on. We just want to get out of it. So we're already in the input buffer. Don't worry about it. Get out and leave. Okay. When we do our reset connection one, so we do the reset connection tag, this one here, we will basically find every component that's got this reset tag and has a input buffer, and we'll blank the input buffer completely and restart it every time. So this shouldn't fire, but it's kind of a fail-safe just in case something goes wrong. So yeah. Right. Then I need to schedule this job here. I need an entity component buffer. I need to create that. That's already been made, and the collision world is the physics collision world. So on update, we want to go with, let me just make sure it's not something I missed completely. I was on that before. Nope, it's just literally a new setup input connection job. ECB, oh, I haven't got that going on there. Let's get the entity component. Oop. Put that up there. Underscore ECB equals ECB dot as parallel writer. Underscore input buffer equals input buffers, but that should be the input buffer, not buffers. Boop. Collision world equals system API get singleton physics world dot collision world. Collision world. Nope. That was in the previous thing I just looked at, and I couldn't. Oh, physics single world collision. Come on. Physics world singleton dot collision world. There. Okay, I need to get the physics world singleton. Yep. And then I need to create a new native array up here. No. A native list array cast hit raycast hits equals new raycast hits allocator job. Okay, and then you are. There's a cute hedgehog in chat. Is there again? Awesome. How do I say hello? Dot schedule. Parallel. Blah 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 blah. Schedule parallel. Now, will my code work first time? Which would be a first time for everything, if it does. I don't see anything desperately wrong with it, but I've done terrible things in the past, so play. Whoa. Okay. Let's put down a belt. Oh, we had a wobbly. Wobbly. What's wobbly? What's wrong? Tell about job hits is not declared read only. Hold on. Read. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why I'm sending the entity component buffer in there. We're not actually using it. Well, I thought we might have to use it for adding the buffer. We might have to do this in the entity component system, so that's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay. Play. No. The unknown job has been declared. We don't need a job, but you are writing to it. Am I? Well. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, I can't do this. I can't do this. Dot. I don't want to add buffer. Do you want to add buffer? Yeah, add buffer. It's dot entity. No, hang on. No, yes, yeah. So, else dot input connections buffer buffer equals new input connections buffer. Oop. The variable is used like a type. Okay, so it's not buffer. Is it append to buffer? Append to buffer is what we want. Okay. In that case, let's shrink this down and do that with it. Append to buffer, so the buffer would already be there. Okay. I should probably check whether it does have a buffer. If for input buffer dot entity exists, hit the entity. Okay, so we check that the entity has a buffer, then we go through the buffer and make sure we're not already in it. And if we are in it, if we're not in it, we add ourselves. If we are, we break, we get out of it. So, okay. Oh, we're gonna get leak detections now because I've got it. So that's yeah. So I can't edit that because I can't. Yeah. Play. Right. Okay. Click. No, we still get a wobbly thing here. Declare to read only a job, but you are writing to it. Am I? Where am I writing to it? The unknown object type has been declared read-only. Okay, I tell you what, we'll try our best. Try again. Play. The unknown object type has been declared read-only in the job, but you are writing to it. Line 62. Oh no, we are writing to it. Yeah, that doesn't want to be read-only. I don't want that to be read-only. I want to write to it. I need to write to it. It does not support parallel writing. Ah, okay, so I can't do parallel writing. Right, so let's get rid of the parallel then. This job's going to have to run on the main thread, which is... Nah, it's not going to run that often, but it won't be terrible. Yeah, go away. That's because I got an error whilst I was running in the middle of a... Didn't close the job off. Right. A component has not been added to the entity buffer. Server connections 70. You shouldn't run. Oh, does that... Oh, hold on. Wait, that's checking whether the entity exists. The entity does exist, but the input buffer doesn't exist upon it. So I need to check whether the input buffer exists upon it. Not. Capacity is greater than 0. That might fail as well. I don't know. Is that thrown probably? Right, so no, so this... how do I... is created. Okay, will that do it? Is created. If this is created, if it exists, then continue on. If not, then don't. Maybe, perhaps, possibly. Not being added to the entity. Well, I know that. Right. So yeah. So this is false, right? So. Input buffer dot. Ah. Right. There's a way to check it. I don't know which one it is. So we're looking for if we have the buffer. Go away with the errors. Oh, hello. What's this? We're good now? We're good now. All right, okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's working. Because I forgot to do something as well. Also, do I even need the belt data? I don't think I do, but I want the belt data. Because I don't want this to run on belts. So the belt data are not actually needed. It's just, this is just making sure they're running on belts. We then also want to have a that can just be an input, and we don't need a reference to the belt data. We then also want to have the here, so ECB.set enabled, set component enabled. Set up belts.setup. Nope, what am I looking for? Set up belt connection tags, that's what I want. Set up belt connection tags. Set up belt connection tags. No, set up belt connection tag. Copy. Paste. Set up connections tag. This should be belts really. Underscore entity on a chunk, which is underscore chunk index. Underscore entity, false. I don't want you to run the once. Okay, so the first belt piece we put down. Oh, why are you still running? What's the I use an unable component with iDrop entity. With option attributes, this is what I want to look at. Nope. hold on, there's a with. With present. What does that one do? With all type of setup connections. Okay. Does that work with I enableable? I don't know. We will find out. Oop, oop. You have none. Go down. You have a setup. You have a setup. Set up connection tags with all type of. Oh. Set up connections tag, you idiot. No. Oh, play. Okay. That's interesting because you're still ticked. But you've only got the one buffer. You're not ticked. And you don't have any buffer. Now that's wrong. That should be the other way around. So I'm doing something in the wrong order here. So right, what are we doing? We're doing so we raycast forward. Right, it's not us. We check it has a buffer. If it does, we make sure we're not already in the buffer. It's us. And then we append to buffer. Hang on. Wait. So, you are the first one. You still have to set up connection tags. That is fine. You have nothing in your dynamic buffer. You put a second one down. You get something in your buffer, but that's wrong. You're disabling, which means we are adding the buffer to the wrong. So, if hit.entity does not equals us, right, so the raycast isn't working. Our input buffer is being added to the first belt, not the second belt, and the first belt is saying it has an input buffer from the second belt. So am I misinterpreting forward? I don't know. Forward should be on the z-axis. Okay, so you still have your right. Okay, something's not right here. You are raycasting incorrectly. Put that one down. Okay, so now neither of you two have the setup connection tag, but you have no connections, so that shouldn't have happened. If it has a buffer, then we do all this. If it doesn't have a buffer, then it won't. But there is no way you fired a raycast and hit anything. So then why is your setup tag disabled? And why is it instantly disabled every time I tick this? This is getting triggered. What belt piece is this? Hold on. This is 252. Anyone have an input for 252? You do. You have 252, you have 253, you have 252, you have 252, so you, for some bizarre reason, are being put into that one's. Let's go over here. Over here, okay, so 3. Okay. My raycasts are doing something bizarre. Right, hold on. The start position is our position. The end position is forward times 0.1. Should be 1 tile because these are 0.1 meter tiles. You have no input buffer, but your setup connection tag has triggered. So this has been successful. This has been successful. We haven't hit us. This has been successful, but the input buffer that we the entity that we hit has an input buffer. But you've gone through and checked this. This has failed, which means you've appended to the buffer and you've disabled your component, which means one of these belt pieces has got inputs from this one and this one. Why is the center belt piece reckons it's connected to this one and this one? What is the raycast doing? And more importantly, that's adding the buffer to let me continue instead. Let's try that one. Okay, so you are no longer setting up your connection tag, which means you have fired and you have seen in front of you a thing, which is this one. What we draw a raycast? Yes, we could do that. We could do that. Hold on. Can I do that with the draw? No. I don't know if I can do that inside a I had to do it in an iDrop entity. Wait. Alright. Local transform dot position. Local transform dot forward. 0. Oh, yeah, you now need to be a physics. There we go. Because I'm using the debug. Alright. Where's the timing? What's the timing on this? Vector 3 direction. Oh, local space and world space. I wonder if cast ray is world space. Probably, which means we don't want local transform, we want the other one. So, yeah. Start end. That's not a bad. Let's go raycast.start and then raycast.end. Let's use those exact figures. It's the same as there. Yeah. Let's use those exact figures there. What's this? Oh, right. Get rid of Unity engine. And make this Unity engine. No. Damn casting stuff. I'm not sure how long the draw ray lasts for. Let me move us to the box, because then we've got a reference as to where to do things. So box, okay, so whoop, whoop. The second one's not working because the tag's disabled, which means it's raycast, it's hit another entity, and it's added itself to that entity. If we come down here, you'll see our first belt piece, which is this one here on the left, has got the second belt piece as an input, thinking that this belt has fired a raycast forward and has somehow hit this one. But this one's not firing, or not doing it, because it's firing the ray because it's trying to find something in front of it. If I put a belt in there, then you can see the middle one is constantly firing. Yep, even though there's something in front of it. But the raycast isn't hitting the things I want it to hit. Right, hang on, let me step through this again. Hold on. hold on, right. So, we make the raycast. The raycast is fine. I might need to look at the collision filter. Because I might be colliding with, like, the motherboard or something, which is not right, but... So for every hit that we hit, so let's say we hit 3 things, us, the motherboard, and the thing in front, okay? So we go over for each one. If it's not us, then we check if it has an input buffer. So the motherboard will fail. So we're out of the mix. The motherboard's out of the mix, which means the only other entity you can hit is the one directly in front of you. Which means you wait a minute. I need to set my reset thing up as well. Because I've just realized if I put actually, hold on. This doesn't still make any sense. So if I put down one, let's rotate them around so they're facing downwards. So that one there is facing downwards, right? It's firing its raycast, no problem at all. We'll put a second one down here. That fired its raycast once and then stopped firing its raycast, right? It's no longer here, which means all of these if statements are successful. We're not in here. I don't know if it continues the right term for this anyway. So we are adding to the buffer and we're disabling ourselves. So how is that raycast hitting this one? And every time I tick it, it refires. Then if we go to this one, we have, so the code isn't working anyway because I'm getting multiple entries for the same thing in it. Yeah, neither of them have the reset that disables by default straight away. So the second entity is firing a raycast forward, hitting this one, and adding itself to the buffer. I don't necessarily think it's the raycast that's the problem. I think I'm misinterpreting something in here somewhere. I think something's... Where this one to return? Oh, but yield? No, not yield. I want to break out of this loop. Yeah. It finishes before checking again. The thing that gets me is this here. So if I tick that again, okay. So at least that part, I guess, is working. Yeah. So that this is now working. The return part is working here. So that breaks out of this. So we're not adding to this because we found ourselves. So that bit's working, right? Yeah. So for some reason, this raycast we can see right here, right now. This raycast line is apparently hitting that entity, which I do not understand. Unless this here is wrong. I've just kind of realized I'm shrinking this all down. These are not 1 meter squares. These are 0.1 or 0.5 meters between each one. And so that's running from there to there. So that's 0.1 meter between the two. If the collision box is 1 meter, if it thinks the collision box is 1 meter, it's as big as that box there. That would explain why two of them can hit each other at that distance. Let's try putting one here and one there and see what happens with the two there. No. Okay, so you've disabled your setup connection, and then the first belt that I put down, which is all the way over there. So one there, definitely more than a meter away from each other. You've got the belt piece, so the raycast isn't. Put one over that side of the motherboard. I'll put one over here. The raycast is always hitting. I'm wondering if it's this. I'm wondering whether the box is I'm wondering if the box collider is being spawned in the center of the map over and over. And not actually doesn't show me there's a box collider here. Yeah. Yeah, there's something is yeah, the raycast is hitting each other. I'm wondering if the raycast is firing from the origin point here outwards, although it does say, and the thing is, I don't know whether collisionworld.castRay is actually the same as what we're seeing with the debug.drawRay. I'm going to try and change this from local transform to there was another one we need to do. Where was the placement system? It wasn't local transform I needed oh, we did do local transform here. That's moving it. It wasn't. It was local to world or something. It was called. Yeah, and then you don't put the parentheses around that. But that's the local to world position. Yeah, I would have I mean this job obviously only runs on the entities in question, the entity that has setup connection tag. So it's getting the entity and the transform for each individual entity. So it's running on every entity that has the setup connection tags. So it's getting the entity and getting the position for each individual one. So it's firing, but it's not. I'm just not. The problem is I don't know if the collision world physics system is the same as the other raycast physics systems. I'm just not sure on that. So okay, so you're firing out there now, but you're only drawing a tiny little one there. Let's see, so you are set up tag, you are still not set up tag, so even though I changed that to local to world, you have still, right, okay. But that's definitely not the same then. Although, oh, actually, no, hang on. So we'll go through all the hits. If it's not us, so if the entity we hit is not us, so that's us. The hit.entity is not us. We ignore if it hits us. So then we go on to the next hit entity, which could be, well, the first one would be us. The second entity would probably be the motherboard, which is underneath us. And there should not be a third entity. Right, go into play mode. Go to the board, motherboard. Has a box collider. Right, doesn't have an input buffer. Definitely doesn't. I'm just double checking it hasn't been an input buffer hasn't been added to it by mistake or somewhere along the lines. But that's fine. So it's not the motherboard that's happening. Okay. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the first one over there, and I'll put the second one turned around over here. The first one is firing its raycast, which is a lot smaller now because I've used the second one has fired its raycast at least once and has somehow managed to hit this entity. The thing is, I mean, I can make that. I can do that, but It's not. So that's the first one. That is firing its raycast. That's fine. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then we put another boat in, and I'm going to put it like over here, facing a completely different direction. It has fired its raycast, has successfully hit another entity that has an input buffer, and has added itself to that input buffer. And the first belt has it now in the input buffer, the input connection buffer, which means the raycast from the second entity is hitting the first one. So this draw ray does not work the same as this raycast. This here, it's not the same data that it's getting. It's not the same data. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's fire it from itself to itself. So the ray's not going anywhere else. Okay, the ray's just going inside itself. Right. Yeah. We need to slow down this camera movement. It's way too fast. Okay. Boom. There's the first one. Oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. It's going over there somewhere. But that still doesn't make any sense as to why the raycasts are hitting each other. But the physics world system doesn't make any sense. The float 3 raycast input start, float 3 raycast input end. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 10 tiles in between those two. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 tiles in between these ones, so it's doubling as it goes down. Right. I'm going to put another one in, like over here somewhere. Just completely out the way, random. You will have fired your raycast and somehow managed to hit something. I don't know how, but if we tick this again, you are firing off into that random direction. The collision world raycasts do not work the way I expected them to work. Let's go back to just local transform. Local to world system. Let's go back to local transform. Okay, try it with that one again. That was not what I was seeing there. That was not what I was expecting. Okay, so play. So each and every one of these is firing a raycast and is hitting the first belt. They're all hitting the first belt, which means that if it's firing from its local position to its local position, and its start position is here and end position is there, am I missing something here? Because that's more than 1 meter. If it was firing out 1 meter, then it's the hitbox. But that is Right, the raycast is being offset from the origin, from 0, 0. However, no, that probably isn't the problem, because the draw ray takes a start and a direction, not an end position. That's the same. That starts a... No, that's draw line. Draw line is between beginning and end. Okay, let's try the draw line, which has a beginning and an end. That might just be that the direction of casting is coming from central point. So it's offsetting from central point. So that might just be our debug draw line is wrong. So, boop. Whoop. Okay, so you have no draw line, which makes sense. Okay. Zoom in here. Right. So, yeah, so, right. Right.
Thanks for the raid, Honoris, and welcome you 10 lovely people.
Well, thank you very much for the raid, Honoris. Thank you. I hope you have been having a fantastic day. You've been playing Factorio. Ooh, are you playing the new space thingamabob? Which I haven't even touched yet. I brought it day of release and haven't even touched it. Right, the draw line isn't the same as this raycast here. This is weird. This is really weird because the raycast should be firing from its position to its position. It should be firing anywhere else. It should be firing in itself with no distance, no length, no nothing. But it's successfully hitting something. You started in the same position? I have absolutely no idea. Forward times 0.1. 0. Times. Hang on. I don't know whether that's valid. 0.3 will go forward 3 blocks, but each block is 0.1. So I'll rotate around, fire that one there. Right, okay. Right, so I definitely need local to world system transform dot no local to world. Okay. Transform dot position and then transform dot forward. Let's try local to world. Let's translate it into world coordinates, okay? Nope. Right, this in with a Oh. Hold on. Local transform dot position plus transform dot forward. Otherwise the endpoint is going to be miles away, isn't it? Because it's just looking for local transform dot forward, which will be 0.1 or something. So yeah. Try that again. Zoom. Okay, so boom. Oh, hey, look at that. There was a second one. Then we do a third one. Right, okay, so we're getting somewhere. Whoa, okay. At least the raycast is now apparently firing in the correct position, correct places. Maybe. But it's still not doing the thing that's working here, because the first belt is getting hit by the second two belts. Still. Let's try going back to local transform. Yep. Okay. So I'll go backwards and forwards a little bit just to test whether I need to do it in world space or local space. I don't know whether the collision system takes into account one or the other. Okay, that's going forward. Yeah, it's going forward 1 meter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's going forward 1 meter. Okay, that's fine. Well, so you're going forward 1 meter as well, but you have hit the first belt, which means either the first belt has a massive hitbox, which is bigger than the entire area, or something just isn't right here. I don't think this collision wall.cast rate works the way I think it works. I don't think this is working the way I think it's supposed to be working. Let me take a step back for a moment here. Let me look at the belt maker. What are we doing here? Transform.useEffect none. Let's try transform.useEffect dynamic. There's one of these things somewhere with entities that you need to make it dynamic so that it can be resized. However, that shouldn't be happening here, because that should be happening in our game manager buildable objects. Because the buildable object maker goes through and grabs everything and makes them dynamic. But I will try this, because it may be that I'm overwriting it here. I'm not sure. I don't think this is going to make any difference whatsoever. Boop, and then boop. Okay, it's a slightly different. You've got nothing on your input. You've got one piece on your input. That doesn't... That's inconsistent. That doesn't... I am confused. I am honestly confused by this, and this is another one of those things that I don't think I just understand it enough. So I've placed the second belt down. The first belt has disabled itself, and the second belt says it's got an input from the first belt. Now we're here. Hello, welcome in. I hope you was having lots of fun playing Factorio. Was you playing the new fancy space thing? Was my question that I haven't even touched yet. Yeah, I don't think collision.cast-ray works the same as .drawline. Ray casting at a distance. That's not helpful. No, but she's UK who plays. Oh, sorry, you're playing with somebody who's a newbie. Ah, okay, okie dokie. Are you going to play the space age stuff? Are you going to do that? I wonder if I should start. Can I start and end at the same place? Oh, I'm having a flashback now to I got a belt system working in a previous demo thing type prototype I was playing with, and if I remember rightly, I couldn't get the raycast to work in the job either, and I ended up doing a box cast in front of the object. If I remember rightly, it was either a box cast in front of the object, or I did a no, because I think I tried this, and then I tried firing a ray from above straight down into it, and that wouldn't work either. So I ended up doing a box cast, doing an AABB check, box cast, and that was the only way I got it to work. So, right, okay, all right, let's stick that one there. Okay, do that. Oh, this is looking good. Oh yes, thank you very much for coming over to Twitch. Hello, welcome to Twitchland. Yes, I broadcast on both for whatever platform you prefer. I think YouTube is the better platform, but the world seems to think Twitch is. So, okay, so this is good. So they're both raycasting at nowhere. So what if I now put one in there? So you, okay, right. So that means the third one should have an input buffer from the second one, which it does. Okay. So maybe it's the fact that I'm raycasting out of myself. The raycast is starting within the entity. That it's doing. Try that. So if the hit entity is ourselves, get out of here. Okay. If it does in that feed have a buffer, then carry on. The return brings it back. Yeah, that one hit that there. Well, what do you mean return? Do I want to break out of this? I want to break out of this for loop. Doesn't return mean skip the rest and move on to the next of the for each loop? Let me look up for each loop. For each break, continue. C#. Right, so I want continue in here. So continue basically means skip over this current range and move on to the next one. Continue also pressing the current row and continue with the next row from the collection. Break will leave the for each loops completely and the remaining rows will never be processed. So I want to continue here. But I did a continue here and it was still adding stuff to it, whereas return worked. But this one does want to be a break here. Well, no, don't want to be a break. See, this one works. This one works. So if it has the entity, we check through the entity, the buffer, and if we have ourselves, we return, which breaks out of this if statement. Because it's not breaking out the for each loop, because then these would run. And they're not always running, unless they are now running, and I messed something up. Let me just double check what's happening here. Hold on. So play. Nope. You down there? You're firing off there. You down there? You have fired off and stopped working. Okay. And if I tick this box here, right, and then if I tick this box here, okay, they're both now firing. They're both now firing at all times. Right, okay, cool. You have the buffer of the first one, and you have the buffer of the second one. So, okay, but they are firing all the time, which means that even though they are colliding with themselves again, this return is breaking out of this if statement. What I don't get would that mean if I do return here, it would break out of this if statement? Because that's... I really don't get that. I really don't. Maybe if we had two buffers on this one, No, the code doesn't work the way I expect it to. No. So you've got two pieces. You've got two pieces, but if I tick this, and then this, and this, and then this, and then this, I had to run you twice. 251 and 252. You don't have any. 251, 253, and 254. Okay, so they are. This is working the way I was expected to. So this return statement is breaking out of this if statement. Continue statement. New statement starts a new iteration of the closest enclosing iteration for each while or do. So a return that breaks out of the for each loop. Or does it break it out? Because if it's finding itself here, if it's finding itself, if this is true, so if this is true, it's not doing this, which is fine. It's not doing this. So the return isn't just breaking out of this for each loop, it's actually breaking out of it. So So, yeah, okay. So this is working. Whatever this does here, it's meaning that these 2 lines of code are not running. Okay, that is breaking out of not this for each loop. Maybe it's breaking out of this for each loop, like the master for each loop. I don't know. Yeah, but I've got 2 for each loops is what I mean. So what I was concerned about was that if they had multiple input buffers, this return would break out of this one until it doesn't find itself, and then it would do this. And I was concerned that it would go, well, the first input buffer is entity 1, the second one is me, but the first one wasn't me, so we'll add ourselves, and it hasn't checked the second one. But the return is, I mean, it's checking each and every one. And if any of them are ourselves, we just get out of this one here. So this should be the same. This should be a return as well. So if the entity is ourselves, then we should just break out of this and get out of it, and don't worry about it. I want to carry on though with the next for each one, because I want to make sure we go to the next hit. So we just want to leave this hit alone and go to the next hit instead. So that's right. It still doesn't make any sense as to why the raycasts are hit. They appear to be. It's only when it hits themselves does it appear to go wrong. Whereas if I fire it, 0.05 in front of us. Let's try that. Let's just try. I need to understand this. I've got it working, but I need to understand why it works. That's the problem. I need to figure out what's going on with it. So, there we go. And you're firing the line off there. Now you have hit that somehow. Okay. So now if I say 0.75, I don't think the raycast works. Yeah, but the raycast fires, and well, that creates the raycast. That's where we're going. This is where it fires here, and we get the hits out, the reference for the hits out. We then iterate through each of the hits, and if the hit is ourselves, we should return. If it's not ourselves, we check if it has got the input buffer. And if it has got the input buffer, we check the input buffer to make sure it's not us, to make sure we are not in it. And if we're not in it, then we append the input buffer to the entity that we hit, saying we are behind you and we've hit you and we are now an input buffer. The problem is that it's hitting stuff that's not where it should be. And I'm wondering if it's because I'm starting the raycast inside the original entity and that's messing something up. But see, if I do this, look at that, all of them are firing their raycasts all the time and not hitting anything. But if I hit inside the entity, they lose the plot. So if I now put one down here, is that going to break all of them or just the one? It breaks all of them. So it's nothing to do with the raycast. It's nothing to do with the raycast. It's to do with this here. I don't think anything to do with the raycast. It's the raycast is getting the entity. It should cancel out if it's hitting us. That's the bit that's confusing me. That's the one that's confusing me the most. If we're hitting ourselves, then just ignore it and and break out of this. Don't carry on with it. But it's not. It's not doing that for some reason. If the entity that we hit is us, it's still apparently triggering this, which is causing some problem somewhere. But I think the problem is that so I'm checking, we check the buffer. If it has a buffer, maybe this doesn't work the way I expect it to. If the hit.entity has a buffer, well, this is working because if we put it up against something like the, well, it should also be hitting the motherboard below. It should be hitting the motherboard, this green thing. It should be hitting that, and it's not triggering on that, so that is working. We go through if input buffer in the input buffer hit entity, so we get the input buffer for the entity we hit. We check if the input buffer entity is ourselves. If it's not, then we add a buffer to the entity we hit, which should be the one in front of us, a new buffer that contains us. This is not working. Maybe stop it. Add a return after the. What you mean? Hang on, what do you mean? We'll add a return here. I'm wondering whether, I mean, if we had a return here, that would, here. Well, that's the end of the for loop. Anyway. The problem is that it's coming through every entity, which is what this is doing. This is firing with every entity, which is fine. Every entity that has belt data. We have to set up another one for the component, which as well, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean that's the end of the for loop. Anyway, I don't think that's going to make a difference, but we'll give that a try. I am clutching at straws as well here. So, bomb, you fired there, you fired there, you fired there, you fired there. But as soon as I add one of the belts in, to the front here, just one belt, it doesn't apparently do anything. So they all still have their setup connections tag. What now? Oh. Huh? What? 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 Hang on. Right, okay. So now we've added that there, which doesn't make any sense to me, but it's clearly working because now the start position and end position are inside an entity. So it won't hit the entity because it's inside. No. I don't. You're definitely not stupid, but I don't know why that works. Can you tell me why putting a return statement at the end of a for each loop would work? Wanderer, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a wonderful and restful day. We're inside this for each loop here. Yeah. So for each entity we hit, we go through. Okay, blah, 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 and if all this is whatever successful, we get to the end, and then we come out of here and start again. But that return statement says come out of here and go again. So that return shouldn't do anything, but it apparently did something. Okay, let's try again. So boom, boom, boom. They all appear to be firing just fine. That's working as expected. So if I put this one here, nope. Okay. Nope. So that hasn't worked. So that last one should have triggered for the rest of them, but it didn't. Okay. So that return statement is only going through the first hit. That's the problem with the downloader project. It then apparently works. Okay, but that's not done what we wanted to do. Because they are all firing their raycasts. Yeah, you are definitely hitting another entity. So we're going through the first hit. If it's ourself, we get at it. So we go to the second hit, which will probably be the motherboard, which means it doesn't have a buffer. And then we get out of that one. And then we go to the third hit, which should be the second entity. So it's not us. It will have a buffer. We check if we're part of it and we're not, and then this should fire. But it's not. So this return statement is skipping a hit somewhere. If I is less than 3. Done. Done. So continue. Cool. So this one does in fact want to be continue. Are you not charging the phone? You should be charging. Bad phone. So I don't want return here. I want continue. Because the continue statement starts a new iteration of the closest encoding iteration statement for each while and do. So if we go continue, that will continue to the next for each loop. Okay. The return statement I need to do this in a different way. All add me equals true. Add me equals false. And then here, if add me. Okay. So if it has a buffer, we want to add it, but we want to check first whether we're already in there. And if we're in any of the buffers, then don't add it. Otherwise, do add it. Okay. Then I don't understand this return statement. I'm going to comment that out for a minute. I'm going to leave it there because I don't understand what that was doing. I'm guessing the first hit is ourselves, so that counts for that one. The second hit is the motherboard, so this is false, so it ends up here and it returns, and the third hit is skipped. Maybe, perhaps, I don't know. I don't know. This is. Oh, do that. YouTube. Ah. But that is firing. Nope. Nope. Right, we're now back to. You've got no dynamic ones. You've turned off your setup, but you've got no dynamic ones. You've turned off your setup, and you have one, which makes no sense because none of these should be hitting each other. Put that back in there. Trying to use the same controls in this screen as I'm in this screen. They're two different controls. So, oop, oop, oop. That's working. Then put one in front. No, it's not hitting. So this return statement is preventing this. Maybe this should be a continue. Problem is definitely with the raycast though. The problem has to be with the raycast. Yeah, the problem has to be with the raycast. Because the only way we could get the information on this belt from this entity is if the raycast was hitting this entity, because we only ever check against the the hit entity. Yeah, return will exit the function. Break continue for loop control. Yeah, I was confused as what was going on there. So if the first hit is ourselves, I want to continue. I don't want to do the rest of this stuff here. I want to go back and start the next one. I want to do the next hit. If I go return, it won't check any of the other stuff inside here. So I want to continue, which means we go to hit number 2. We start hit number 1. If it's us, we go to hit number 2. Continue. Also, Adam, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. Oh, hang on. There may be something else that's got a problem here that I hadn't even thought about. This may be working fine, and it's this. I wonder if, because we're creating it here, this is using the same hits reference for every one of our entities. So the job is firing 4 or 5 times using the same list. So it's getting stuff from the previous list. Can I get rid of that? Let's not get rid of it. Let's comment it out. Let's come down here and comment that out. And let's come down here and create a new native list. Raycast hit. It equals new native raycast hit allocator dot temp job. Can I create that inside a job? Is that allowed? I wonder if that's the problem. I wonder whether each job is adding to the lists. So the first one fires and hits itself. The second one fires and hits itself and adds to the list, but it checks it and goes, well, I'm not in the list, but the first one is there because it's the same list. So if I create it in the job, that should create the list every time the job fires. Which means this that we've been mucking about with for about 2 hours might not even be the problem. It might be the external list. I don't know if I can create a native list inside a job. I don't know if that's allowed. It does have a temporary job allocator, so. Well, that looks promising. Hold on, if I get that one there. Oh. It's got no raycast. I'm an idiot. And I'm using a reference from outside of the job and adding to it through iterating over multiple jobs. Which means, however, I can now schedule this as parallel. So there we go. There's the problem. Don't need that. Don't need that. Boom. There's the problem. So this was working absolutely fine and has probably been working absolutely fine for ages and ages and ages. So yeah, so maybe I could go back to the previous thing on here. So we'll get rid of the add me, and we will go return. So we continue through if it's us. Otherwise, we go through the 4 each loop. And if any of them are us, just get out of it and go back. And actually, will return break out of this 4 each loop, or will it break out of the... I don't know. Let's find out. Find out. Play. Which means the first one should have 3 input. It does indeed have 3 input entities. Awesome, awesome, awesome. If I go to any of these and I tick the setup connections, you are just going to stay setup connection and I fire in the raycast. That's good. So what I want to do actually, is if we are already inside the one that's in front of us, I still want to disable the component. The only time I don't want to disable the component is if it's not inside the thing and isn't there. So I want to put this statement in here. Watching the first new Assassin's Creed earlier? The first of the new Assassin's Creed? Huh? What? What? What, a game or a TV series or what? Do you mean the game? Oh, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, Shadows does look quite interesting. I've never really been an Assassin's Creed person. I liked the first game a lot. I enjoyed the second game, and then they could have just stopped as far as I was concerned, but they started just doing more and more and more weird random stuff with it, and it was just like, yeah, you're milking this now. Black Flag is apparently very, very good, but I've never played it. So yeah. And also, I'm not honestly a big fan of Ubisoft with their way of doing things. So if we hit something, if we're already in it for some bizarre reason, we just don't want to fire again. If we're not in it, we want to add this and... Oh, actually, do you know what? I can get rid of that. Because this can fire a second time. We can run a second job anyway. So the first time, we won't be inside it, so it'll add us. The second time it fires, we'll disable our component. We are inside it. So, yeah. Hopefully that won't add us twice. Backroad's favourite, got 100 hours in it. My housemate's been playing a lot of Odyssey. He's Joker's has got his own YouTube channel playing through the entire story and getting everything done and making an entire playthrough for it. And I've enjoyed watching him play it, but I've had absolutely no desire to play it myself. If that makes sense. It doesn't really... I think the biggest problem is that I'm very much more of a future person rather than the past. And although I did enjoy Assassin's Creed when I first time played it, I wouldn't want to go back and play it again now. Because it doesn't grab my interest. Okay, so let's check this. So you have disabled your setup because you have found something in front of you. Now there is a problem with this. Okay, you have done that one there. Okay. The problem with this is now is that if I put one behind here, will you add to this guy? You did add to this guy, even though you haven't got the setup. Oh yes, you could, because we're only looking. So yeah. Some golf games require fighting and stuff now, I guess. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I just think it's the setting. It's back in time, and I know it's got mysticism and stuff in it anyway, and I do like the magic and stuff, but I like spaceships. That's what it is. That's why I enjoyed playing Jedi Survivor. I know it was kind of the same sort of thing, you know, you fight there, but I like spaceships. That's what it is. I like spaceships, and I want to do more spaceship style stuff. I really do enjoy that. So right. Anyway, success with this, and it all boiled down to this silly thing here. That I was reusing an external source, and I shouldn't have been doing that. So okay, right, okay, so that's good. So now our belts know what belt is in front of it, and it tells the belt in front of it that I am here. I need to quit and reload Unity. Hold on, sorry. Because if you have a failure whilst a job is running with the temporary allocation, that job never closes until you quit and reload the engine. So we'll constantly get that error, which doesn't actually cause a problem for us. It's not causing any issues, but it just constantly appears. So there we go. Now that should go away. Okay. Right. Okay. So that is working. That is good. And the important part about this is that it's what's the word? It's adding to the input buffer for the belt in front of it, not behind it. Which means if we have belts that go around corners, let's come up here again, just so I can see what's going on there. So if I did this, oh no, hang on, we've got a memory leak. Oh, there you go. All of these belts should have their setup tag disabled, because awesome, because the belt is firing a raycast and then telling the belt in front of it, hey, I'm here. And the belt in front of it is responsible for grabbing items off the previous belt. Nothing gets pushed onto a belt. The belt takes an item when it's ready for it. So yeah. Also, we do actually have a memory leak violation going on here. What is this about? Job temp allocation. Allocation is more than the maximum lifespan for it. Oh, because I'm an idiot and I haven't disposed of this native array. So, down here, underscore hits dot. Sorry, I forgot about that. You create a native anything, you must dispose of it before the end of it. So we only want to use it for this one little raycast jobby thing here anyway, and then get rid of it. So that's fine. It's a bit of memory garbage allocation over and over, but this will not fire a lot of times. It will only fire every time you place a belt down, which isn't actually all that often when you think about it. Even if you put 100 belts down, it's only going to fire 100 times, it's done. So yeah, it will be firing like every time a belt has an end and doesn't have anything in front of it. Which is actually fine, if I'm honest with you. It doesn't really matter. I could literally just disable the component every time so this fires once and disable the component. And then if we put down an item in front of it, we have the reset belt, the reset tag re-enable this tag, then everything fires again just once, so it only ever fires once and then does that. That would probably be the better way of doing things, actually. So you only ever get to fire once, okay? So for each, so you would return. If we found, return and just don't do anything else. To them. Oh, which does mean that this may never. Hold on. Hold on. So if we put a belt down and another belt down. Okay, so obviously both of them have only fired the once. Wow, what is going on with that? Hold on. And then if I retick this, you fire once, and then if I retick this, you fire once as well. So that's fine. So yeah, and if I double check the input, you still only have one input. It doesn't matter how many times I redo this. Tick, tick. Oh, you're now staying on. Interesting. Why are you staying on? What's it? Is that what this does? That return is actually stopping any of this working, which would cause a memory leak. Would it not? No, because the return. Oh yeah, the return breaks out the function, doesn't it? Ooh, yeah. Right, so that ends this, doesn't it? Ends the void. So I want you to return to this for each loop. I can't do that in there. I can't do that in there. I need to bring that ball statement back because I need this to fire every time. And I need to dispose of the array because if I now stop Unity, it's not going to moan about it, but it should have done because we didn't dispose of the list. Okay, so I want. Right, I'm going to bring the ball back. We're going to bring the ball back. Ball, add me false. Add me equals false. If add me and do that. Okay. If it has a buffer, which should only be one thing because we're only firing a little tiny bit ahead, so it should never hit more than one thing, but just in case. If it has a buffer, then we do want to add it, but if we're already in it, we don't want to add it, which means that it won't add it if we're not in it, and then it will still disable this here. So no matter what I do here, yes, you had a leak there. Has that gone away now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we need to wake up in 4 hours. Oh dear. Oh yes, yes. Got to see. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your help. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hope to see you again at some point. Enjoy your sleep. If I tick that, yep. Every time that's getting disabled now. Yep, that's only firing once, so it should only be firing like 1, maybe 2 frames. So I don't know how the command buffer actually works. But you have an input, and you do not have an input. You have an input. If I keep firing this, and you go back to the first one, you still only have one input. Yay, it's working. It's working. Yay. Okay. Okay. Cool. Right. So. Awesome. Now what we need to do is do the reset thing. Okay. So. connections. Reset connection. I have just realized I might want to be calling these systems. Did I call them systems? I did. I did call them systems if they are systems. Okay. So that means in our connections, the setup connections wants to be renamed. Sorry. Setup connections system. Reset connections system. Okay, and this is going to be in the connections namespace, and this is going to be required for update reset connections tag. Reset connections system save. Do. Set up connections. Save. Okay. So now you want to also do the same. You want to have a job, but you want to do an AABB physics collection thing, and I don't know if I can do that in a job, although got the physics world. I'm creating a native list here. I'm not disposing of the native list. I'm very bad at dealing with that. Okay, so we'll dispose of the list if it's false or even if it's true. Doesn't matter. We dispose of the list. I do not know if we can do an AABB check inside. Oh, sorry. Best to stick to I disposable objects in a using statement. What? Huh? I disposable objects? What? That's But I did display that I need to dispose of the native list because the AABB requires a native list of ints. I don't know why it's ints. I'm very confused by that. I also need to go around and get rid of wherever I've done var on a lot of things as well. Not that that really matters. Compilers are smart enough for that. Right. Dispose use the interface iDisposable. Okay. I'll be honest with you. The only thing I know is that when you create something that has an allocator, you should dispose of it yourself rather than let the system deal with it. Because if something hangs up somewhere and something doesn't go right, this could be more than 4 frames old, I think it is, and it hates native anything that's more than 4 frames old. Unity complains about it. It doesn't break, it just complains about it. So, yeah, I also need to fix that because that should not be a magic number. That should be a... I think we could change. Yeah, but that's what because although this is not inside a job, so it's not moaning about that, but where I did this one in the job, it was moaning about it. Maybe because it's a temp job allocator, so we have to dispose of it. Otherwise, you get it's not broken memory references. You get using a using statement cause hang on then, is that what this is then? Because I was trying to figure out why I had using on this statement, but I thought it's because it's a native reference. And it confused the life out of me as well, because a native reference works here, but in the other place we needed a native list, which is just weird. I don't get that, but I think this is because it's using a different ray. Yeah, this is using raycast input, and this one is using physics.raycast. And I had to do the raycast input here because I'm using the camera system. Think. I might be wrong on that. I don't know. Where do I actually use this ray input? Yeah, this is a job. I use a raycast input in a job. No, I'm using collisionworld.castRay. This whole code is taken from the Unity the entity, what do I call it? The samples, the entity component system samples. It's taken from that. Hence why it's got a thing here called mouse pick collector, which I will be entirely honest with you, I don't have a damn clue what any of this really does. I don't know. All I know is that if I muck about with it, it breaks stuff completely. But I don't know what I don't get it, if that makes sense. I don't know what this does. This code baffles me completely. It's fairly easy to look at, and I know what it's doing. It's an eye collector. but I don't have a clue what an eye collector is or how that works. It seems to be a custom raycast hit system so that it can take other information out of it, but I don't know why I need it. This is the thing that confuses me. I don't know why I need it for the mouse system, but I seem to need it in order to be able to get the entities out, but it doesn't seem to store entities, so I think this is doing stuff that I don't need, but I couldn't detach myself from it. However, now we've just built that other system that does its own raycast system here, I could probably get rid of the mouse collector. Yeah, because we start the ray, we end the ray, this is a native raycast hit, which is a native reference rather than just a native list, which is what the raycast here wants. The collisionworld.raycast wants a native list, but here the collisionworld.raycast wants an eye collector. I think this eye collector is collecting data we don't need. It's doing something with physics. Oh, I know why. I know why. I pulled it out of the sample system, and the samples allow you to click and hold and drag entities around. Like an entity on the screen that has a physics body. You can click and drag and just throw it around. You like pick up a ball and throw it with a mouse. That's what this is doing. Number of physics bodies. I don't need this. I don't need this. All I literally need to know is what entity I'm hitting. So I do not need that mouse collector. I'm going to redo our mouse input system. Because this is now very similar to what we were doing here. So get rid of that. Okay. This is a private raycast hit cast ray. All that effort just to get a hit. Oh, so this is cast a raycast in a job, which I'm doing here anyway. I just need to literally send in wait. Hold on. This is doing an awful lot for stuff I don't actually physically need. All this raycast stuff can be done in a job. Why is it not being done? What I do is I create the right, undo that. I want to create this here. Okay. Raycast hit reference. Use new allocator temp job. Okay. And I want to do it outside of here, which means at the end of this, I want to dispose of it. So, or as you just said, I could use a raycast hit ref.dispose. I could use the using statement on there for that, and that would do the same, wouldn't it? If I did using there, and then I wouldn't have to dispose of it. Maybe we'll leave there. Okay. This is a system base, so this wouldn't work anyway. So get rid of the mouse picker. We don't want that. We don't need array input. We literally just need a collision board. That's all we need. Is that collision board? Yep. Yeah, and then we can do the rest inside it. So get rid of that as well. Okay. So up here we will do don't worry about branching logic and dispose not being called. Awesome. Okay, so I'll use the using one because I also want to have this in the on update because I want to use the raycast hit stuff for so if I get rid of that and paste that in here, I replace that with this. No, because you're a native list. Okay. Do I need to do a native list? I'm doing a raycast. I don't want to do one raycast and then hit the world. Nah, hang on. I need to get the data back out of the job. That's what native lists are for. Can I do? Can I just do a raycast here? No. If I send that into here though, that won't take any stuff out, will it? Back to it. Value. Ah, there we go. So that's what I need to do. So it's raycast hit dot value. There we go. Okay. So we'll send that in. native reference. So, native reference raycast hit. Okay. Yep, also going to need the float 2 mouse position. Don't need to read the value. Float 2 to vector 3. Huh? But you were reading a vector 2. Impact, comma. Right. Last ray. I need you to give me the excuse me. Underscore collision world. Castway input, comma. Oh, that only does the closest hit, doesn't it? I think it's fine. Oh no, out needs to be ray cast hit. Dot value. Nope. Nope. Okay, cool, right. Go to that. And then up here, we go new world ray class job. Collision world equals collision world. Raycast hit reference, and public mouse position. Equals mouse position dot read value vector 2. That's not going to work because I can't convert vector 2 to Well, I don't think vector 3 works reading the mouse position. It may do. Dot run. But I don't think it does. I don't think a vector 3 to a vector 2 is going to work. Oh, yeah. Camera.main won't work. Oh. Pick. Engine.ray. Unity ray. Oop. Okay, and then we grab that. We come back up here, and we will go. We no longer need mass position in here. Nope. Cool. We will go underscore unity ray equals mouse position dot read value vector 2. Okay. Oh, we have that wobbly error here somewhere. What's wrong with this? Yep. Right, okay. So that mouse picker that was grabbing everything to do with physics bodies and bits and pieces we don't need. Question is, does this still work? It does. It's still moving. Still doing exactly what I thought it would be doing. Cool. Click. Yep, it's still. Yep, it's still all doing its thing. Awesome. Cool. There you go. Right. Which means I can now come in here and I can get rid of this mouse pick collector, which I never understood. Like so. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. So does that mean here I could just put a using statement up here? Hold on. Can't use as a reference out because it's being used as a variable. Okay, nope. So we can't do that there. Unfortunately, we need that to stay as it is because we're disposing of it in a job. So this is all in a job. So maybe we can't use using in a job. But okay, right. Anyway, okay. Where were we? Let's go back to where we were before. I'm actually kind of glad I've got that mouse system now done because I understand this. This I get. This makes perfect sense to my brain. This is not a problem at all. But that mouse pick collector, I was always confused as to why I needed an eye collector just to get the entity out of a hit when it does it naturally. The collision world physics engine cast ray gives you the entity by default. That's what it's designed to do. But it's because it gives other stuff. An eye collector is useful for if you want to grab the bodies. I suppose it could be useful for grabbing like data. So for instance, if we moused over a belt, we could get what the belt speed is. It could show us on the UI using an eye collector. So we might have to look into those later. But for now, to be honest with you, I think I'm just gonna leave this as it is. And when I want to update the UI, I will literally just start reading this mouse buffer and just get the entity and see what the entity has written on it. Do. So yeah. Right. Okay. So this only runs on the setup tag, which is fine. So this is going to run on the reset tag state. And we're going to have an iJob entity thing down here. And I want to see whether we can do, in our place. Let's get rid of some of these things here that I don't need right now. Set up connection tag and reset tag is fine. Belt data, can get rid of that. Okay, set up connections. I want to leave this because I need this here. This is what we're working on, and this has the AABB thing in it. Don't know if I can do this in a job. We'll find out in a moment. This is not burst compiled either. Can we burst compile? If we can, it should be able to run the job. Right. Okay. 1, 2, 1. Yep, it's working. It's still doing this weird thing where on this end it says no, but on this end it says yes. But just one end is wrong, and I think that's the model size. Yeah. Okay. Right. So yes. So we can burst compile this. So this means it should be able to run in the job then. Okay. So. My job NC. Oop. Oh, sorry. Burst compile. Did I do that for this one? Yes, I did. Do I need to burst compile the execute function? I don't think so. I think the burst compile on the struct should be able to be enough for all of it, would it? We don't know. We're not burst compiling this struct. Can't hurt. Can't hurt. Burst compile, void. Execute. Oh yeah. Doop. Doop. Oh, make it public so it doesn't go away there. There you go. Okay. Cool. Right. So, what do we want to do with here? We want to, whatever has the reset connections system on it, we want to fire a right, so this wants to run, this wants to go with all type of resets connections tag. Okay, so it only runs on the resets connection tag ones, because otherwise it's going to run on every entity and I don't want that. We want to also get hold of the where'd I put it here, the physics collider, because I can't use get component, so it will only run on stuff that also has a physics collider. It must be an entity, it must have a physics collider, and it must only run on the reset connection tag, which is fine. That means I could get rid of this here, put this up here. This only runs on belts. Let's do that. Type of belts.belt data. Then get rid of that one there. Okay, so it only runs on belts. So we want a second job. realistically, that's also going to run on stuff that isn't just belt data. It's going to run on anything that has a anything that has an input connection buffer. Yeah, I think anything that has an input connection buffer. Actually, let's change belts to the input. This will run on anything that has an input connection data, which means it will also run on our. Let's find out. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. No. I only want the setup connections on there. I don't want I don't want components to be firing raycasts out doing things. No, we don't want the belts to be firing raycasts out doing things. And we will have a grabber. So when we put a belt down and it's facing directly away from a thing, so we'll probably have to have another one here that fires a ray backwards and goes, hey, if there's a thing behind me, I need to add a grabber to me, so I grab from the thing. Just the same way that Factory Town does it, basically. I'm gonna use a grabber system for this. But we don't want anything that has a reset connection tag on it, which could be any item in the world, which is fine. We get the physics collider from it, and what we want to do is we want to have public. Public entity command buffer dot parallel writer b that might be all we have to send into this. That might be all we have to send into this. What do we send into this one? A buffer lookup. But oh no, we'll have to do a buffer lookup, won't we? And maybe the collision world. Okay. We don't use the collision world, we use the physics world? Really? What's the difference between the collision world and the physics world? Oh. What's the difference between the physics world and the collision world? That's weird. Physics world versus collision world. What's the difference between the physics world, dynamic world, collision world? Dynamic world holds the data related to the movement of the bodies. It's the only thing the physics solver accesses. Collision world holds the body collision data and can actually be used even without the full physics step, because it encapsulates logic for collision and finding overlapping bodies, as well as queries. Finally, the physics world is a collection of dynamic world collision worlds. So I should be using the collision world in this one, not the physics world. Yes, the collision world is less heavy than the physics world. That's the way I can describe that. Just double check this to work. Burst, go. Well, don't burst, but finish your compiling. Thank you. Right, now check this still works. So put that down. Yep, there we go. Okay. Not that we have to worry about optimization and stuff at this stage, but it's easier to do it now as we're stepping through little things like this as easy to do now rather than later. So yeah, I just don't get a native. Why is it a native list of ints? What is in the ints? Overlap AABB. Yeah, you have a native list of ints. What is that? Why is that not? UT physics. Overlap. Oh, hey. Right, that's not what I want. Unity, tell me. Direct query. It's called direct collision. We'll give an AABB collision filter. Returns a list of indices into the bodies in the collision world. Is a reference because it's okay. Right, so then I go vision world dot bodies. It's one dot entity. Okay, so it gives me the index of the collision body in the collision world, so we can still get the entity out of it doing it this way. Oh, because I need the entity to come out of this here. So okay, right, cool. Right, so we're gonna need the collision world sent in here as well, aren't we? That's thing I want to do here. So copy that, paste that up there. So we're going to want to go public collision world underscore collision world. I'm going to want to reference, the native reference can be done in ourselves. We can create that in the job and then dispose of it in the job. So if we use it as a reference, I can't actually yeah, if it's used anywhere there's a ref statement, I can't use the using statement, so I do have to dispose of it myself. But it's nice to know that using statement is there. It's useful to know. Nothing like cold coffee. Only 4 hours old. Fine. Okay, so we want to create an AABB of whatever this is, but slightly larger than it. want to get a list of all the stuff that's in there, and then we want to enable the setup connection system tag on every last one of those things. And we also want to check the input connections buffer on them and clear it. Because a new item may have been put down or deleted, because this will do the same thing for the deleted one. So although it won't work for deleted, but it kind of can, because what we can do is we can enable the reset on an item when we delete it, which will cause everything to no, it won't. Hold on. What I'd have to do is when we delete an item in the world, we'll have to just physics box around that item that we delete, whatever the size of it is. So we'll have to call this job just without the reset connection tag. We might have this job duplicated in 2 places. Or we could create a blank entity that has the same dimensions of the thing we delete, give it a reset tag, which will cause this to fire, and then delete it later. Why is JetBrains annotations in there? I don't use JetBrains. Yeah, I think that's probably okay. So right, so what we want to do then is we want to fire. Right, we want to create. Let's create a native list. Let's the collision filter. So I've just been colliding with everything. So I think we'll just go with the default collision filter, so don't worry about that. So we want to do this in here. I can't use the physics, but I don't need to do that because we have the physics collider, but we don't need to do this. What we just want to do is do underscore physics collider value.calculate ABB. It's very weird that I have to double. So there's a blob assets collider, and then there's the collider reference, and then there's calculate ABB. So the collider, the blob assets, the reference, the ABB, which is weird. That's the world render bounds. Okay. We then want to absolutely have this offset thing. So we want to make sure we're slightly bigger. Boom. Okay, and we're just slightly bigger than the actual size of the thing. So it needs to be a tiny amount, and it will work. It will work fine. Then we want to just basically do this. I will take out bits pieces. Okay. So we're gonna have to get the local transform. Wait, what? Local transform. Okay. Addition. And then we will plus and plus. Why are we timesing this by 0.05? Why? Oh, the world render bounds may not take into account the scale of our object. So, yeah. Okay. Underworld. Filter equals collision filter default. Okay. Okay. So, if we hit something, we're going to go in here and we'll go for each our hit in hits. I'd like to use the full thing of that, which is going to be int hits in hits. Oh, I need to send in the like we did here. I need to send in the the collision world needs to be read only as well. Collision world needs to be read only. And I need to send in, I don't want to buffer look up interconnections, but I kind of do. Yep, I want that as well, because I want to clear that on anything that happens to be around. But I also want to have another one, which is the nope. Let component enabled. Set up connections tag. Collision world dot bodies hits dot entity. Okay. Oh, and this actually wants to be chunk index. What's this? What's wrong with this? No, I'm requiring value of parallel writer setup code int entity ball. What? Oh yeah. True. Okay. Everything you hit, enable the component. And then once you've done all that, dot set component enabled, reset tag underscore chunk index, comma underscore entity, comma false. Yep, and the input buffer I want to grab because I want to clear everything out of it. So if I've got input buffer dot as buffer, collision world. Wow, we got to do. Oop. it has a buffer, then underscore input buffer dot clear. Now that's read only, so that's not going to work. I can't make it not read only. So I need to ECB dot set buffer, add buffer. Yeah, I don't think that's going to let me do that. No, Wanderer. No, I'm not. I wish you knew everything about programming so that you could help me, because I don't have a damn clue what I'm doing. You might have noticed this. I'm kind of making it up as I go and hoping it works and stealing stuff from other bits and pieces. Although I must admit, this time around I seem to be doing a lot more stuff from memory than from actual copying and pasting from other places. So, which I'm very happy about, because it means I must be learning something. I'm learning. And I know this isn't going to work, but I'm going to leave it in here anyway to test it. If it doesn't work, then I need to somehow get the entity component buffer to clear this. I wonder whether I could do it here. Wouldn't everything that has the reset connections tag on it also have an input buffer? Wouldn't it? It may not, though. It may not. Which would break this whole thing. So I don't know if I need the buffer lookup, and I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to. I've got an idea which is inspired by the way Icaria and the Crust do it. It's not the same as the way they do it, but it's inspired by it. So, but I'm not. I still need to get to it. I still need to get to this working first. But right. Okay. So I'm gonna save that and see that. Yeah. Right. Okay. So let's go to here and. I don't think the problem with this is that if I add a dummy object to the game to delete an item, say I delete a belt, I will then put a dummy box in where the belt was, and add the reset tag to it, so it will cause all this to fire. It will need a physics collider, which should be fine because we'll have a physics collider on it because it'll have a box collider, but it won't have an input connection buffer, which means if I add that to this list of stuff here, it won't run. So I have to get the input buffer from elsewhere. But being read-only, I don't know if I can clear it or not. If I don't make it read-only, because it's a lookup, it won't work. But we'll try. Maybe I can do the entity component system to convince that to work. So let's go up here. Let's grab this and put that to the top there. Let's copy this and put that into there. In here, let's do the input buffer dot refresh update state ref state. Okay. And then here we're going to do new job what do I call it? Reset connection job. Reset connection job. Underscore ECB equals equals ECB dot as parallel writer underscore input buffer equals input buffer underscore collision world equals collision world dot schedule parallel, please. Okay. 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 Now all I need to do is trigger array for this to fire. Boop. Aha. How do I remove component this? What? System augment accepting string unity entities component system append remove component. What? Why did you... What the hell? Why are you getting rid of my commented out stuff? What's doing that? Don't stop. What? That's why some stuff has been burst compiled and then not re-enabled. That's got to be tool made, hasn't it? It's got to be code made. Code made. Options. Run, remove, and sort using statements. That's fine. Clean code, clean up solutions, format, remove, just close, build. Where were you going to remove the commented stuff? That's not what I want you to do. Blank line, insert, that's fine. Remove blank lines. Single line fields. Single line properties, single line, okay. Remove blank lines, remove blank spaces. Remove end file, remove protected blank lines, remove regions that are only empty, that's fine. You're not removing any right, okay, I'm confused then. Why are you removing commented out stuff. That's important. Is CodeMate doing it? Okay, I need to look into that because that is. You don't remove it if it's not commented out, but you do if it's. That's so stupid. You don't do it here. But you do outside the struct. Is that because it's not needed outside the struct? Is that why it's not needed, but it is needed here? So if I do that and reload, it might be what it might be that it's actually helping me, and I think it's not, which wouldn't be different. Nope. This needs it. This needs burst compile. Okay, it's actually physically telling me right here. It requires burst compile on the struct if we're going to use it inside as well. So why don't these do it then? They're private? What's the difference between private and internal? What if I got rid of that and then made this internal? This is a test. Yep, nope, burst compiler is missing. Right, so CodeMate clearing up this burst compile statement isn't helping me. That's running in. Okay, so maybe that I don't need it here as well. If I comment out that, then undo that so it's there again so I can resave it. Okay, boom. Exception was thrown from a function compiled with burst. Okay, so it's not happening inside here. Let's disable burst for a minute. Burst off. Play. Oop. Argument exception. A component with belt game connection setup tags has not been added to the entity. You're firing against the motherboard, aren't you? Do I right? Yeah, that's what this is doing. This is this is going to be firing against the motherboard, I betcha. And it's not enabling the tag because it doesn't exist. And there's no way I can check if it exists. Okay, so we have two potential problems here. One, well, I can change it to only fire against entities. However, around the edge of this game, we have these walls, which are tagged as entities, which I have to do because if we build near the edge of it, we need to make sure if it comes off the edge, it can't build there. So that's why we do the invisible walls. But I need to make sure that if we get to the edge here, we put something down, it doesn't cause this to trigger this same error if I just fire against the motherboard or against the things. I can make it all motherboard, and then maybe have the collision system when we're checking for this here, the AABB in here, which is actually being done outside of a job, which is fine because we don't actually want to. Well, it's not actually. A lot of stuff is happening here that doesn't want to. That could be moved into the job, and the job can be run parallel, but it can run different times rather, but yeah. Yeah, we're colliding with 1 to 6, which is only the entities layer. Now I could change this to say we're going to collide with everyone, providing CodeMate doesn't get rid of the thing there. So we collide with every single person, which is not a problem. Okay. Now we're colliding with the motherboard, which is fine. So what we want to do is we want to calculate this, and then the offset local transform dot position. I want to make sure the position of oh no, sorry, here. So the local transform dot position was object data dot world position. Now the problem to that is that I need the object data dot world position, the Y on the object to be 0, and then we move the motherboard down a little bit. Base position equals mouse data.world position. Oh, place position dot y equals 0. Okay, so we set that at 0, and then we move the motherboard down by a tiny amount. Is it plain? No, it still says no. Do say no. What the hell? Oh, could we send the mouse data in? Yes, of course. Oh, we don't need to send the mouse data in. You only need the world position. Let's send in the place position. Okay, and then rather than sending the mouse data into the check AABB, let's just send in a float 3 equals position data, and just go position data. Okay. Minus 0.05. Okay, so it needs to be a bit more than that. 0.6. 0.75. 0.75 works. Okay. Oh. That, however, is not good. Right, so I need it to be 0, so I need the extends. Nope. Okay. That's not going to work for us, so I'm going to try with other. I'm going to try with everything. How would I go about I changed all these to motherboard, but then if you're trying to collide with the walls are going to be entities. Maybe we could create another layer, add a layer and call this boundary. Okay. And then we'll change all these guys to be boundary, which should be 7. And then we change this to only collide with 6. And collision filter that collides with plus equals 1 to 7. Okay, so we're setting this 1 to 6 and we're adding 1 to 7 to it as well. Okay. Oh, so we can't do that. Okay. So that will hopefully now work. Okay. Yep, cool. And if we go over to the edge of the map, nope, that's not. That's so weird. What? Oh, you were on the wrong hierarchy, which means you only changed a single one of them, not all of them. Yeah, it still hasn't worked though. I guess it didn't select them all. No, it did select them all. I am honestly confused now. Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? One 6, 1 to 7. Nope, I'll do that. Okay, so now you are just the boundary one, but for some bizarre reason you're not actually interacting with the boundary ones. Which is weird. Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. Preferences. Physics. Nope. Project settings. Physics. Oh, there you go. I completely forgot that we have to enable and disable those as we go. So if I do plus on here, this should let us do both, shouldn't it? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, not working with that, and right on the walls. Excellent. Okay, which means then I can come into here and I can yoink this. And I only want you to collide with entities. Only collide with entities. Don't collide with anything else. Only entities will be there. Entities should have the setup connection tags to you, and that should be fine. If they don't, something has gone very, very, very wrong. You're not doing an AABB at all. You are doing a default collision filter when you're firing the raycast. I should probably do that. So you only fire against entities as well, so you don't even ever hit the motherboard, which will be fine. Okay. Oop. Okay, alright, let's go to the entities hierarchy. You still have your setup connections enabled. You probably shouldn't have any setup connections enabled. Because your you do not need a setup connections, but if I don't have you doing the setup connections, then this isn't going to work, is it? The chip, also setup connections, okay. Okay, so all three of you succeeded, which means the chip should have got a input connection. It did not. What about the socket? The socket did not either. Why did the chip not get an input added to it, even though the first belt piece right, okay. If the entity has the buffer, then do that. Oh, how big is your collision box? May not be big enough to actually hit. No, it's definitely big enough to hit. It's definitely inside that so try and square this off a little bit better than it currently is. So and there should be one. Z should be 1.75 or 0. Z should be 0. You should be 20, you should be 1.5, you should be 5. There we go. Okay. Oh, you're actually up in the air. We don't want that. We want you to go down. So the Y should be 0.9, 1.25. 0.75. Nope, that's still not on the ground. 0.5. Wait, what's your position? You are correct. Oh, do you need to be like 2? This needs to be 1? No, that's way too big. Way too big. Hold on. .5, and that needs to be 0.75. There we go. Now it's hitboxes on the floor. Okay, right. So I need to go into my CPU here and change this to be that. So 0.5, 0.75, 0, 20, 1.25, 1.5, remember, and 5. Yep, there you go. Cool. Right, disable that play. Okay, first piece. No longer has it set up. Done. It does have an input from the previous belt. Yep, the CPU still doesn't have anything in its input connection buffer. Okay. The belt is not connecting. Why is the belt not connecting? Somebody tell me why the belt is not connecting. The CPU is definitely a entity. Is it? Yeah, I filtered out everything that wasn't an entity, so it only collides with entities. And I'm sure the CPU was an entity. The setup system here so this is the thing. So it doesn't, this is a belt. It only fires on stuff that has a belt and a setup tag enabled, which is fine. But that doesn't matter. Because this is the object that's raycasting forward. So the belt is raycasting forward because it's no longer got the setup enabled. And if I tick that, it goes out. So it's raycasting forward and hitting something. But I guess it says it doesn't have a buffer, but it does have a buffer. Yeah. Yeah, input connection buffer right there. Let me add another belt to the end here. That's as far as I can zoom in. There. That's the belt piece there. So that's also disabled itself. Okay. Now the CPU still doesn't have anything in its buffer container. Right. The only other thing I think of is maybe the CPU isn't an entity. It is. It is an entity. The ghost is on the ignore raycast layer, which is fine. We don't want the ghost doing things anyway. So let me see where the belt connects to that. Apparently you have. Well, no, actually, tell a lie. Oh wow, actually, no, tell a lie. This disables anyway, even if it doesn't hit anything, does it? So I guess it's not hitting a CPU socket. Yeah, so could we disable it anyway here? input connections buffer. Input connections buffer. I expected that to cause a wobbly. That's fine, don't worry about it. Right. My only table the reset, and actually let's put the reset undo. Let's temporarily put the reset in there, so you only disable your thing if you actually hit something. Okay, so we put down a belt. The belt is constantly firing its raycast. Awesome. We put down a block next to it, it's still firing its raycast. We put down a chip in there, it's still firing its raycast. So the raycast is not hitting. It may be that the hitbox of the component is too small. I think I need two maybe go up a little bit and fire higher. The problem is I don't know how high the belts are. Oh, I know what we'll do. Plus local transform dot up. Yeah, let's try that. So we'll fire a raycast from one block above us. Actually, it's going to be a meter above us, isn't it? No, we want to times that by 0.1. Yeah. So the raycast will go in an angle. It will start above the block and fire down an angle. We should be able to hit everything in front of it. Let's see here. Let me zoom in and go to our block. This is the best place to do things because it's the easiest way to have a reference for us to see. So if I do that, I don't see the raycast at all now. Right. Well, you definitely did work there. Hold on. Yeah, you have an input one there, so it did fire. I just can't see the raycast anymore, which is confusing. Nope, I now cannot see the raycast being fired. I don't see any red lines anywhere. I haven't turned off gizmos, have I? Nope. That's the particle system. Fake gizmo selection, terrain. Okay. Right, hang on. Right, okay. I'm confused. I am honestly confused. So it's firing and I can see it, but if I tell it to go up by 0.1, and then fire falling down, we should see it at an angle, and instead we don't see it at all. It just disappears. But I know it's there. Let's put a that there. You should still have your setup. Yes, you have. Let's put a chip inside there. You no longer have your setup. Awesome. And then you the chip itself has a belt piece connected to it. Yay! So it's firing all right. It's doing the job. The raycast is coming down. Oh, there you go. No. What? Hey? Now I can see it. Okay. So it's firing from above it down to the center of the block below. So it will not hit itself. It will encounter anything in front of it. Which I think is probably a better way of doing it anyway. But I don't know why. There must be a visual bug in Unity. Must be a weird, but anyway, it is now working. The CPU has it here. The CPU does not want to have a setup connections tag, and the CPU socket doesn't want to have a setup connections tag at all either. They are of no use whatsoever. But I need to leave them on there because if we ever want to enable them and they don't exist, it throws a wobbly. Because I can't check that they exist inside a job without creating input buffers for all of them. Yeah, there's no ECB dot as component. Yeah, there's no. The only way to find out if a component exists on an entity the only way to find out if a component exists on an entity is to send in all the information in a job, send all the information via a buffer lookup, and then check against that buffer lookup, and that's not worth the effort of doing. I would just have to assume that everything that you can touch will in fact have this. But it is a shame there isn't a failsafe for this built in. You know, there isn't another like option at the end that just says ignore if it doesn't exist. So Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. So the reset connection system, blah, right? Okay, so this isn't working because we cannot clear the buffer via this. So Unity clear buffer via the Unity command. Do, 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 do. Add share command. Set buffer. Underscore index. Oh, no. I don't know what set buffer does. I don't know if that's going to add a buffer to something if it exists or not. Your setup is still running as well. That makes sense because you are only firing on belts, aren't you? Yeah. So if I put you down, you do not have a input buffer, right? No. If I reset you and then scroll down, you still don't have an input buffer. But you won't have an input buffer because we haven't done. Okay. Let's scroll forward. Let's do this. So you should now have 2 input buffers. Yes, you do. If I click reset, your input buffer still exists. That's not what I want. I want to clear it. Although actually, hold on. No, maybe that was working. Hold on. So so you've got that there. If I grab this one and I move it away, out the way, like that, and I grab this one which has got 2 and I reset it, I got 1. So it is working. It is working. It's resetting. It's firing around it to cause these ones around it to re-enable their setup, and then their setup is doing it. So it's working as intended. Awesome. So you just have to basically reset the buffer by allocating a new one. Okay, cool. So if I now get rid of this guy as well, and then I reset this one, and then scroll down, your input buffer is empty. Awesome. Right, so that's all working there. Beautiful. Well done. Yeah, so we just set the buffer, and we basically just set the buffer to a blank buffer. Okay, right, that is working. So now if I was to put down a processor like this, and I put in 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 those, and I go to the CPU and I scroll down, it has 8 buffers. Awesome. And if I was to move some of these away, so you and you and you, you, there you go, and then I hit reset on this guy, pop, you will now have 4. Awesome. So every time I place a new oh, actually we can test this actually properly here. So let's put that back there. Hold on, there you go. There's 1 2 3 4 5. You only have 4. If I now put another belt in here, boom, and then we scroll down, you should have 6. You have 5. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Why do you only have 5? Interesting. You now have 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Ah, probably because this belt piece over here does not have the setup. But if I reset the CPU, that will fire a box around all of it, which should have now fired and got us back to 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yes. Okay. So obviously, if I move away, let's move this belt piece back towards it, like that. Boom, there you go. And I put a belt piece here. Then this is going to be 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, but not the 9th one. If I put a belt piece here, you go to 9 because that didn't fire around it. So when I place an item down, I want to make sure that item has its reset tag enabled. In the placement system, I do not want to disable that tag. I actually want that tag to be enabled by default. So, because it'll fire just the once. So I'll put that down, put that inside it, there you go. Doesn't matter, they fire, and they should have got rid of their reset tags easily. Okay, and now if I go 1 2 3 4 and 5, click this here, scroll down, we have 5. Let's move the first one away, reset the CPU, should go down to 4. Yep. Put the first belt back again, like so. 1 2 3 4 5, the CPU still has 4. But if I put down this here, the CPU now gets 6, because when we've placed that down there, it has caused a thing to fire around it, which has triggered this belt to enable as well, which is awesome. So every time you put something down, it will check every block around it and update all the blocks around it to make sure they recheck their connections and other bits and pieces and make sure everything's all good and working and fine. So yeah, so then when we delete things, it can do the same thing. We can delete things, and then we can say when we delete them, we could either put in a fake object with a research tag on it, but it needs a physics collider that's the same size as its current thing. So we'd have to, basically when we delete like the chip, we'd have to put a box in here which has a destroy thing on it, that triggers everything else to remove. I might do that automatically in the the destroy system that we currently have. I might try and have a system in there that will remove the object, create a new object that is the same size hitbox as what was there previously, with a reset tag on it, but no input buffer, which will cause everything around to reset and then get rid of all its input buffers. And then we delete that object, but we don't create a second object in its place, so we have to double tag it. Destroyed entity system, destroy entity data, destroy entity system, and then I want to have a destroy entity. So you've got a timestamp and a delay, but if we want to delay the destruction of something, which we probably won't, most of the time we'll just want to instant destroy it, which means we can just create a thing there without any information inside it, and it just goes, oh yeah, we'll destroy that right now. But you never know, we might want to have destruction of an object delayed for some reason. So like it has an animation that destroys it or something, I don't know. So in here, destroy entity's job, just does the job. Oop. Yep. Okay. And this literally just fires on anything that has the destroyed entity tag. Done. There you go. So I'd want to create a new object that is the same size as the current object. And trigger that with the reset component system, because I can't trigger the reset component system on here, like on a destroyed entity, because I'm not sure. But this is the begin simulation, and our reset is going to be, where's the command buffer? This is the end simulation. But the problem is that if I was to say tag it to be destroyed and then reset it, everything would reset, everything would reconnect to the object, and then it would get destroyed next frame. Oh, it's just dawned on me that's really easy to do, actually. Yeah, because we got the timer. We could create a new object. I could set up here, run on stuff that doesn't have another tag on it. You know, because I want to destroy it. We create a new object. We put a delay on it. We take the reset thing. The reset thing fires without a thing on it. This then fires, but then we don't want it to create another object in its place and just have it cascading, creating permanent new objects. We don't want that. What we want is I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to fire it a second time. How would I fire it a second time? Can I do a second execute in here? Can I, is that? Dot input command buffer. Let's just try that. Just test. Can I do? I can. Wow. Okay, so I can have two execute forms with different commands in them, sharing the same entity command system. That's cool. Does that mean the same? Does that mean? Internal compiler error. You have two defined execute message in the global destroyed methods in. Oh no, we're not allowed it. Oh, boo, boo. Okay. No, we can't do that. That's a shame. I was thinking that we could have two execute methods and the second one could only run on the one that has another tag on it. I'm gonna have to have a second job if I do it this way. Because if I create another, right, okay, save. So when we destroy a target, I'd like to be able to check if it. Oh, we'll use this. We'll use this. Public bool is reset object. Okay. And then in here you can just go blah 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 blah. If it's a reset object, so if also tag dot is reset object, okay. So if it's not a reset object, then we want to create the reset object thing, and I don't know how to do that yet. I don't know how to create an object that's the same scale as the I think I could get the local transform. Do. Okay, so you can create the thing. Do we do? I think. Hold on. When we place an object, is that right? Place an object. Don't create the scale. I thought if you didn't set the scale of a local transform, it ends up tiny. Apparently that's been fixed, I guess. Then. Oh no, we're getting the component transform. Oh yeah, if you create a primitive or something, you have to set the scale. I don't want to create a primitive. I want to generate a thing that doesn't have has a mesh collider but doesn't have a mesh renderer. And I want to set its scale to be the same size as this. So let's go to I'll tell you what, let's create a cube, because everything's going to pretty much be a cube. We want a box collider on the cube, which is fine. We do not want a mesh renderer. No. Okay. And this is our reset connection object. Go to our game manager. I might put it in the buildables because it's just easy to get the buildable singleton. Click game object. Reset connection object. Okay. I then want to go into the buildables, and I want to create a new public struct, which is going to be the reset connections object, which is going to be an I buffer element data, and it's going to have an public entity reset connection object. Okay. And then down here, well, up here actually, let's go var buffer equals add buffer. Nope. Reset connection object entity. Sorry. And then reset buffer dot add new reset connections object, reset object equals authoring dot resets connection object. It's entity comma transform usage flags dot dynamic or non-uniform scale. I'm going to go with dynamic. Okay. Set those up correctly. I need to go through and find every iteration of the word var and go through and set them up all correctly. Okay, so you are also going to want the state.required for object reset connection object. Refer to go buildables.reset connection objects like that. Thank you. I think direct referencing is definitely speeding up my getting back into Unity quicker. So right. So I'm honestly look at this going, does this need to be a job? Not going to fire all that often, but no, leave it as jobs. It should be a job. We'll leave it a job. So the problem is I don't know if I can instantiate an object in a job. Let's have a quick Google. Yes, apparently you can. Component. Okay, right. So we can spawn it using the entity command buffer, but I have a feeling we're going to struggle with this. Public entity reset entity. So var reset object equals etb underscore etb dot instantiate you don't have a chunk. Oh, 0 comma reset entity dot reset object, sorry. So the entity command buffer dot so I need to also come in here. I need to go in local transform or local transform. So ECB dot nope. Let's call ECB dot set component reset object. Hold on. It's an 8-bit mode. No. add component 0, comma reset object, comma new reset belts dot reset, nope, not belts, connections dot reset connection system. Oh. Nope. Hey, confused me. No. Type belt game connections reset back cannot be used as a parameter. Generic method, or I think. Oh, do I not put the parentheses in? What? Oh, not reset connection system. Reset connection tag. Yep. There you go. We have 84,000 rings. You can make me A, B, whatever you want. You absolutely can. Time to make them all 1 million rings each. Especially that invisahog thing. I need to up the price of that just before I end the stream. Every time, so. So if we add the component like that, I don't. The thing that concerns me the most about this is the ordering of stuff. Add component 0, comma reset object new destroy entity data timestamp equals time, delay equals 1, need reset object equals true. So the timestamp is now, so we add the component to it, we wait 1 second, and we're going to remove it again. But if we remove it again, it will not, the tag will not be the reset thing, so that will be fine. This should not be called tag, this should be called underscore destroy data. There we go, put on. Okay. So when you destroy an object, you've got to wait 1 second before the new thing comes in. We could delay this by even less than that. We could say it's like 0.1 of a second or something, but I need to make sure all this fires. Plus, I have absolutely no way of actually deleting anything at the moment. So, yeah. Oh, value cannot be null. What cannot be null? Destroy entity systems 41. You are correct. However, why would you have fired? Why would you have fired? There's no destroy entity data. Why would this have triggered? I'm confused. There's no destroy entity data. It doesn't exist. Systems. Where are you? You are running. You're not running anywhere. You are running wherever the hell you want to run. Destroy entity system. Where did I put that? There. Oh no, you are running. You are running. Because of this. Let me go all the way to the top and then scroll down through the destroy entity stuff. Where do we destroy the scopes entities? So here I'm going to go is reset object equals true. Okay, it can be destroyed entity, but it's a reset object, so I don't want you resetting the stuff around you. Okay. You're the same. And you're the same. This is all destroying the ghost. Cool. So the placement system shouldn't destroy the ghost. Okay. Right. Unity, back to the game. Key. Let's drag that into nowhere. Let's drag it into our prefabs. Oop, it is literally just the cube. Delete. Go to the buildable game objects. Let's throw that into there. Play. Oop. 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 Okay, now the problem is I don't know how to actually add tag to a thing. Is there any way I can add a tag? Just randomly as I'm going? Don't think there is. I don't think there's any way you can. Nope, I don't know what that little thing down there is. Asset bundles, default world. That's a shame. That's a shame. I can't. Pause. Data. Destroy entities. True entity data. Can I drag that onto any of these? No. Yeah, that's a shame. I can't just add a fly onto it. Let's go into our input system and see whether we can actually create a thing for this to test. And I think then that may well be the end of today's stream. It is 2:15 in the morning. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. My throat is hurting. So yeah. So we did this here. I didn't do I didn't do the grid action yet, did I? So let's go toggle grid, I think it was called. Toggle. Let's see here. Bump. Ba-dump. What do we call it? Call it toggle grid. Yep, toggle grid. Okay. Grid action. Toggle grid. Find grid. Do. Keyboard input for testing. Camera control buffer. That's fine. Well, this might have to go in the mouse one actually. Oh, excuse me. Mouse input buffer. Oh no, actually, let's just do it here. We've just done it here, couldn't we? Not worry about the toggle grid thing. Let's just do that. If keyboard.current.x key was pressed this frame, keyboard for testing 99. Okay. Then in the placement system where we're doing this here, which is, this is not the most fantastic thing going on here. Case 4. Nope. Case 99. I want to not set up the ghost, but I want to, oh god, mouse data.entity. See, this is do tag for destruction. Let's do that. Let's do a bool tag destruction. You're on my system, so if tag for destruction state.entity manager dot add component mouse data dot entity comma new destroy entity data what am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, just use the ECB. Yeah. Oh, why do I do? Oh, state entity has components, right? Yeah. And tag for destruction equals false. And that here, we're just literally going to tag for destruction equals true. Boom. Okay. So if we press X on the keyboard whilst mousing over something, we will tag it for destruction. Hopefully. Oop. No. No. Why is no? Why is no? Oh, tag for destruction. Add component, destroy entity data. Which is in 99. Add buffer 99. What? What? Well, that should work. Am I missing the wrong key here? No. Wow. Okay. So so the mouse entity that we're firing up against is I'm so confused now. If the mouse data, so if the entity that we're mousing over is okay, so I need to make sure that this isn't hitting the motherboard, which is where's the raycast firing here? You're firing at everything. You get the closest hit. Okay, so if I put down that and then I just mouse over this and push X, nothing appears to happen. And then it deletes the motherboard. Yep, it deletes the motherboard. It's not what's happening here. Oh, this only fires if the entity, the ghost entity is 0. Ah, of course. We're not actually updating the mouse position and stuff every time. Okay, so this isn't going to work right now, but it does look as if we can destroy item entities now. So tag construction is assigned, but it's never used. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. Do that and don't worry about Over pushing X. Okay, right. So it does kind of work, but doesn't work at the same time. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. Right. So that's working, and we have belts now that lead into each other like so. So all these belts will have a. Well, you won't have any input, but you will. Belt number 2. You don't have an input buffer. Belt number 3. You don't have an input buffer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So why didn't that? 2. 2. Now I get why this wouldn't work necessarily. But 1's blank. 2 actually does have a connection. Ah, no. No, 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 no. I know what's happening here. We're resetting everything around it, but we are resetting the dynamic buffers around it whenever we place a new entity. But then the entities around that aren't triggering their setup because they don't have a clue they need to refire it. So the actual dynamic buffer is being deleted and not being re-added to because nothing in the strip does. Whereas if you was to build them this way, they would all work. Restart this. 1, 2, 3. So 1 has inputs. 2 has inputs. 3 doesn't have any inputs. That's fine. If you build them the other way, they won't fire because when you put this one down, it triggers all of them around it. Then you put this one in front of it, it triggers around it, but doesn't trigger that one to fire again. So I would need to the reset connection system here. We're firing everything here. We are resetting the buffer. And then we're telling the setup component to fire again. Then what I need to do is fire a larger box. Yeah, I need to fire one box here and then do this, and then another box which is larger and does this. So take that out of there. Do this whole thing a second time. That seems a little redundant. We don't need to double up on the collision filter. Let's get rid of that one. But I do have to double up on all this stuff. We'll also have to probably get another one of you. It's 2 dot slow. Okay. So we fire one off, which is slightly larger, which should hit everything around, and then we're going to fire one off, which is even larger than that, to do the components. So what should happen is we put a block down in a square there. The first one fires every square around it and resets all its input buffers. The next one fires even larger around it and tells everyone to reset up all your connections, which should push everything in, and it does everything inside the box as well. So that pushes everything in there, and that should cover us for our scenario of stuff not going the way we wanted it to. So let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So belt piece 0 should have no inputs, correct. Belt piece 2 should have 1 input, doesn't. Belt piece 3. Belt piece 4. Belt piece 5. Doesn't have anything itself either. Interesting. Input. You have no input. Now, why is that? Up connection tag. Because I didn't change that to hits 2. Okay. Let's actually dispose of hits right after we use it here. Dispose of hits 2, and then we reset everything. So that is one thing. That is another thing. Cool. Okay. Cool. Play. One, 2, 3. Belt 1 should have nothing. Correct. Belt 2 still has nothing. Belt 3 has one thing. Why did belt 2 get nothing? Now belt 2 got something. Belt 3 got something. Belt 1 got nothing. Okay. Once again, play. 1, 2. Belt 2 has an input. 3. Belt 2 gets reset, but then doesn't trigger that. So I guess my second box collider isn't as far out as I want it to be. Okay. 1, 2. Yep, you have something there. 3. You still have something there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. So belt 1 doesn't have anything. 2 does, 3 does, 4 does, that does, yeah, okay. So I guess it was going 0.5 was going to here, 1 was going to this edge and not traveling over. So 1.5 goes to there, or 0.15, which is cool. Okay. Okay. Let's box the trigger, that one there. Let's box to clear. To reset input. There we go. Cool. Okay. Right. Nice. Okay. Doop. Okie dokie. Right. So now let me just put down that and that. Can I edit anything in here? So you've input data there. You've got nothing in your input or output. Can I add an element? I can. Right. Okay. So that's the next thing to work on. So next. Process data and pull and push it around on the belt. Awesome. That's what we're going to do next time, which will be on Friday. Yeah. Maybe Thursday, depends on the mood I'm in. Okie dokie. Let's leave this one here. I am happy. There's been lots of progress. I'm teeny tiny in the corner. Rah! I need to set up an auto thing for this. Yeah. Yeah. So I am happy with that. Yeah. Good night, Abel. I am gonna go to bed as well because it is 20 to
Yep, I yawned you, Eggman.
it is 20 to 3 in the morning. I want to go to bed. Yeah. So we should leave this here. Tomorrow we should be back with some more Icaria. We are going to have to go and find our drones that wandered off into oblivion and haven't been seen for a while. And then Thursday, I have no idea. And then Friday we'll be back to programming. And then Saturday will be Elden Ring. And before you know it, it'll be Christmas. Yay! Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one. And I do hope to see you again in the next one. And until then, as always, have fun.